meeting of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We are streaming live on YouTube as usual because this is 2021, friends. So just the normal reminders that we are in a virtual world, and so you may hear from time to time some interruptions from children, my squeaking pandemic puppy, or other sorts of things that may interrupt us, but we will do the best we can, and we are ably assisted in that effort by Christian Ritchie, our rock star clerk, and Colleen McCarthy-Reed, our amazing analyst from OPLA. So I will start with committee introductions, and let's start with Representative Matheson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent District 1, Kittery.
And Representative Evans.
Good morning. I am Richard Evans, representative for House District 120 in Dover, Foxcroft, and surrounding towns. Thank you.
Representative Connor.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is John Connor. I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Quint.
Good morning. I'm on the screen there. My name is Representative Tracy Quint, and I'm from House District 144, which is the Greater Holton area.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks. I'm a representative in part of Lewiston, House District 61.
Representative Arford.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Representative Poppy Arford, and I represent District 49, the western part of Brunswick.
Representative Melrano.
Good morning. My name is Gina Melrano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Representative Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Buxton, Standish, and Limerick.
Representative Morris.
Good morning. I'm Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Turner, Leeds, and part of Livermore.
Representative Brenner. Sorry, Senator Brenner. My bad. It says it right on the screen. Senator Brenner, please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I represent Senate District 30, which is all of Gorham, part of Buxton, and most of Scarborough. Thank you.
Senator Stewart.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Trey Stewart, State Senator in District 2, 51 communities in Southern Aroostook and Northern Penobscot, including Mars Hill, the home of Big Rock Ski Mountain.
Representative Tepler.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Denise Tepler, and I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom, and I proudly serve as co-chair of this committee.
And I am Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And we have on our docket this morning to start with work sessions on LD 6 and 51, which were begun in our last time that we gathered together last Thursday and have been delayed due to the snowstorm and are now going to reappear today. And then we will be starting the confirmation hearing for Mr. LaFontaine at 11 o'clock. So we're hopeful to get through our work session work prior to that. So with that said, I'm going to reopen the work session on LD 6 and ask Colleen to remind us where we were when last we talked.
Sure. I think with LD 6, as folks I think will remember, this is a bill that was introduced by the Bureau of Insurance. It was reintroduced in the 129th legislature, but due to the pandemic and the delay and the legislature being able to finish up its work for the 129th, it died upon adjournment of that legislature. So it's been reintroduced this session. The Bureau has introduced the bill for the primary purpose of making changes to its laws to conform to changes to the NAIC model laws, in part in response to trade agreements that have been entered into between the United States and the United Kingdom and other countries in the European Union. You had the discussion at the initial work session, but tabled the bill so folks could have a chance to kind of review some of the documents and think about the bill a little bit further. One of the things that was suggested at the public hearing for your consideration is the possibility of including an emergency preamble and an emergency clause so that the Bureau could move forward with making these changes upon the bill's enactment rather than waiting till 90 days after adjournment of the first regular session. So that's a possibility. And then also just to remind you that there's no fiscal impact if the bill moves forward.
Great. I'll just open it up for comments from or questions from the committee. All right. Representative Quint, sorry, I almost didn't see your hand there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I just had the one question. I was wondering whether or not Colleen maybe might have the answer for me. And that was just on the notification that if the data is hacked in Europe, I understand they have all sorts of safety mechanisms set up. But my concern is whether the notification process, what it would be from if something was hacked in Europe, how we would be notified about that here. Were you ever able to get anything about that, Colleen? Because that is very concerning in this technological age where a lot of hacking does go on.
Yeah, I think my understanding, and the Bureau of Insurance can speak to it because they are here and can provide that answer to you. The bill as it's drafted doesn't affect or change any of the requirements related to notification or privacy or security. The changes in the bill are really related to the financial standards of companies that insurance companies in the United States or domiciled in the United States might be doing business with in other countries that with regard to reinsurance. So the primary responsibility will be governed by their contractual relationships, and the bill itself doesn't change any of the existing laws that either those companies need to follow in their own countries or the requirements for insurance companies in the United States. So the bill itself doesn't change any of those responsibilities or affect any of those responsibilities with regard to cybersecurity. Those laws are in place and would be required to be complied with. But if you want, further guidance on that, you could ask for more information from the folks from the Bureau of Insurance.
So Bob, Mr. Wake from the Bureau of Insurance is joining us. I've promoted him as a panelist. So I think we did chat a little bit about this last week, but Mr. Wake, go ahead and answer Representative Quint's question if you can. You're still muted at the moment.
Yep. Under existing law, the insurer that issued the policy to the main citizen or main business is fully responsible for notification. There may or may not be additional requirements under the laws that regulate the reinsurer, but we have strong notification requirements already in place for the insurer, both to ascertain whether a breach has occurred at the reinsurer level and provide notice in Maine if it has. And in your other work session, you'll be taking up LD 51 to strengthen those requirements.
Okay, so if I may, I just want to clarify what I'm thinking that you're saying. So if our policies here state that we have to be notified if X, Y, and Z was breached into, that a reinsurer, if purchasing our policy, would have to agree to those exact same guidelines and notify us if X, Y, and Z were breached into. Is that correct?
That's basically correct, except the reinsurer doesn't purchase the policy. The reinsurer provides some protection to the insurer, which still owns the policy and still will have most of the risk on the policy. But the insurer has a duty to arrange for notice to be given. It has a duty to investigate. And again, if there are inadequacies in those laws, it's LD 51 rather than LD 6 that would make the necessary strengthening.
Okay, so then once again, if X, Y, and Z was breached by the person, the reinsurer, then would they legally have to notify who the original policy is from?
I will say that I am not a guru on the EU's GDPR. I don't know exactly whom they have to notify under those laws, but under contractual requirements with the US insurer, they will have to provide notice. And again, LD 51 will put more teeth into those requirements.
Senator Stewart. Oh, Representative Quint, did you have a follow-up or are you all set?
No, I'm good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wake. Question for Mr. Wake, if that's acceptable by the chair. In regards to the GDPR, I believe so can you give me some more information about who these reinsurers are reinsuring, as in where that data is originating from? Because the GDPR applies to residents of EU member states. But if, for instance, they are analyzing data from United States citizens, that may not be applicable, even though they are in an EU member state. Does that question make sense? I just want to make sure, because I agree with you. If the GDPR applies, we're covered, we're going to be in good shape. I'm just not sure if the folks that we're talking about, if that law would be applicable.
That question does make perfect sense. And I don't know what the EU requires of EU enterprises that have been entrusted with data from outside the EU. They probably look to the domestic laws. And again, in Maine, that would be LD 51. And at the federal level, it would be laws like the HIPAA regulations, the HITECH Act, and Gramm-Leach-Bliley and successor federal data security legislation.
Let me see if I can.
And again, to close the gap, you've got strict obligations to have meaningful contractual commitments from all of your partner organizations, including your non-US reinsurers, and due diligence to investigate and duties to notify. So I think you're correct that many of the obligations of these European and Asian firms would arise actually under US law. And but again, that's not LD 6, that's LD 51.
Yeah, so let me see if I can help reframe and recenter the discussion a little bit, if it's helpful. My understanding, Mr. Wake, is that LD 6 is really about aligning our standards for reinsurers with regard to their financial strength and health and assessment with the international treaties and trade agreements that have been made at the federal level, and that if we fail to pass LD6, then we risk the federal government stepping in and preventing our insurance bureau from being able to continue to regulate these reinsurance transactions at all, as we have done for years and years and want to continue to be allowed to do. Is that a fair summary of the purpose of LD6?
That is a fair summary, and I would add that the same would apply if we put strings and conditions on the standards we set that would be inconsistent with those treaties.
Right. If we want to strengthen the rules regarding data privacy reporting or cyber breach reporting, the way to do that is through LD51 and through our regulation of the local insurer, to ensure that everyone they contract with, whether it's an internet cloud storage provider or payroll processing company or a reinsurer, has the appropriate data security provisions, including a notification back that can then be passed on to the Bureau and the customers. Is that right?
That is correct. And I would add that we've got another federal law in play, which is the Dodd-Frank Act. Generally, these European reinsurers will have, or Asian reinsurers will have, or Canadian, Bermuda, they will have one U.S. state, which is their designated point of entry, that they deal with to the extent that they are subject to U.S. jurisdiction. And the Dodd-Frank Act has provisions saying that's the only state that can directly regulate those reinsurers. So we would regulate the insurer that actually deals directly with the main citizens.
Okay. Are there additional questions regarding LD6 or comments?
Madam Chair.
Senator Stewart? Yeah.
Thanks. I just went through my notes on GDPR from my data security class, and I feel quite confident that it would apply in reviewing that language. So I think we're covered there.
Okay, great. Always helpful to have the outside research. I like it. Anybody else have comments? Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it time to entertain a motion?
Seeing no other hands raised, sure, go ahead.
Great. So I move that we ought to pass as amended with the emergency clause LD6.
Okay, is there a second? I saw Senator Brenner's hand. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion before we vote? All right, seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. Oh, Senator Stewart, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
I just to clarify, is the effective date, the amendment is changing the effective date, correct? Is that what
the amendment would add an emergency clause, which has the effect of making the bill effective more quickly.
Follow up? Thanks. Just to clarify that, I thought I noted on the last page that it states, God, I hope I'm on the right one right now.
LD 51 has a specific effective date, but this bill did not.
Okay, my bad. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
No problem. Someone else had their hand up. I think it was Heidi. Are you all set?
Yeah, Senator Sanborn, I was just voting too prematurely.
Oh, okay. Great. So we're going to have our clerk call the roll on the vote.
Motion is ought to pass as amended on LD6, and Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Quint ought to pass as amended. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor ought to pass as amended. Representative Blyer.
Yes.
Representative Blyer ought to pass as amended. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris ought to pass as amended. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson ought to pass as amended. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans ought to pass as amended. Representative Arford.
Yes.
Representative Arford ought to pass as amended. Representative Melorano.
Yes.
Representative Melorano ought to pass as amended. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks ought to pass as amended. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart ought to pass as amended. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner ought to pass as amended. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler ought to pass as amended. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn ought to pass as amended. That was unanimous.
Okay. Great. So we are next going to reopen a work session on LD 51. I'm going to ask Mr. Wake to hang with us here on the panel, as I suspect we may have questions for him again. Colleen, can you remind us about this bill and where we were when we left off?
Sure. LD 51
By the way,
is,
that many of your questions are for Senior Staff Attorney Yardley.
Okay. I can certainly bring him in as well, Mr. Wake. Go ahead, Colleen.
sure. So LD 51, as was alluded to, is another bill from the Bureau of Insurance that relates to enacting in the insurance code specific requirements and standards for insurers related to data security and the investigation of a notification to the Bureau of Insurance regarding cybersecurity events. We talked at the last work session and went through some of the elements of this bill as it's proposed. There were a few suggested changes that representatives of the insurance industry made to the committee related to some of the definitions of cybersecurity and particularly related to when notification must be provided. And we could talk further about that. There also were some suggested changes related to the effective date. As Senator Stewart mentioned previously, the bill proposes an effective date and implementation of January 1, 2022, primarily for the bill. And there was some suggestion that the committee think about delaying that an additional year. In addition to some of the other suggested changes that were made to LD 51 by representatives of the industry. And I think with regard to this bill, like with LD 6, in part you tabled it so members of the committee would have an opportunity to review some of the documents and materials that have been provided and were provided to you. I'm happy to share, as we go along, if you want to look at particular language of the bill, or I can screen share the analysis. I would also note that since you had the work session on Tuesday, you did receive some additional testimony that was submitted through the portal from the Maine Association of Health Plans in response to a couple of questions that the committee had. So just to make you aware of that. I'm not aware of any other additional information that has come through electronically since you talked about it last time.
Thanks, Colleen. Comments or questions from the committee members? Representative Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have been discussing this morning, and we would like to see some sort of standard on materiality. I think to require this every time there is a breach, if there's no breach of anything that is a material data in terms of non-public data, is an additional burden upon those businesses that will eventually be passed to the consumer through higher premiums. There's real, and as I understand it, some of these companies set up rooms to trap hackers where they allow them to breach solely for the purpose so they can trap that hacker and start investigating who it might be. And under this law, that would seem to need to be reported. And I think that that can be burdensome. I also think that these companies usually have 24/7 ID departments monitoring this type of stuff. It's not in their interest to have hacks and have breaches. They do everything they can to try to stop them. And I think if it's something that is public information that's breached, there is no reason in our mind or in my mind to require that that be reported in real time every 30 days. So that's where we are at the moment.
Other comments from the committee? Representative Brooks?
Yes, I think that when there's an attack on a cybersecurity attack, I think it's really important that the consumer, in the case, or the person who's being hacked, know within a reasonable amount of time. And sometimes I believe that there could be trends if somebody is trying to get in and still gets public data, knowing and having reported the amount of attempts and having a good idea of any spikes in cybersecurity attempts or breaching cybersecurity is important information for the Bureau to have as well. And I think the notification is important.
Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd love to hear from Mr. Yardley and or Mr. Wake about why the Bureau particularly was opposed to materiality standard, because they apparently considered and discarded the idea. And I'm interested in hearing their reasoning for that. And I will say that for me, if we were to adopt any kind of materiality standard, I would be concerned that we should have a very clear definition of that materiality standard, because I don't want that to be up to the companies, because I think that is them policing themselves in a way that is not good for the consumer. So, but I would like to hear from the Bureau about their concerns in terms of materiality.
Mr. Yardley?
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, and thank you, Representative Tepler. Are you able to hear me okay? Thanks.
Yep.
So we're concerned about the standard of materiality because it does put the regulated entities in control of what we're notified of, which we think is not the appropriate way to regulate an industry. And with respect to the proposal that beg pardon, Representative Morris suggested a moment ago, if it's a controlled hack, that the or an induced breach that the regulated entity successfully corralled, I think that would be helpful information for us to know, because it's showing that the entity systems are working properly.
Other comments from the committee? Or Mr. Wake, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I would just add, if the black hat testers do get through the firewalls, this is something we all want to know about, because we need to know that corrective measures are being taken. The notice to victims, that part of the law requires a victim. So the issue is notice to regulators, and I think on that, the burden should be on the companies to say why it should be burdensome, why they have so many actual penetrations that reporting them all would be a burden. And I think also up to them to suggest what a good materiality standard would be, with the recognition that no actual victims isn't, that's too low a bar. That leaves too many incidents that might go unreported that we should be knowing about.
Other hands. Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for the Bureau. What is the threshold for the Bureau to actually notify the consumers? We keep talking about notification for the consumers. If these companies are reporting, for all intents and purposes, menial hacks, is there a threshold of the number of attacks on one company before the Bureau notifies consumers? Are they only going to notify consumers if material information is hacked? So that's kind of my question, is at what threshold will the Bureau notify consumers if they're collecting all of this data?
So thank you, Representative Connor. The Bureau doesn't notify consumers if there's a hack that puts personal information at risk. Then that's the that's the insurer or the producer's obligation to notify.
Colleen, I'm going to suggest that perhaps we look at the actual text of the of this provision, because I think that what we're talking about might have gotten divorced from the language itself, because there's a couple of things in the language itself that I hope you'll walk us through, Colleen. Number one, the definition of a cybersecurity event.
Yep.
And number two, the materiality provision that is included in the bill on page 7.
Right.
So
Okay.
can you help us with
Great.
that?
Yep, I think it would be useful. And then I can also point to the language in the bill too that relates to notification by when there's a reinsurance relationship, and that might also clarify the question that Representative Quint had earlier about the relationship and who's responsible for notifying. That's also in the bill on page 9, I think. So let me see.
I
if
think
I can
that sounds great. Let's
screen share.
spend the next 13 minutes or so walking through the actual text of the bill, and then we'll table the work session so people can kind of digest the actual words in the bill as you've walked us through them, and we can reconvene on this either this afternoon or on another day.
Yep. Okay, let me see if I can get it up here. Hold on. Sorry about that. I think I have too many. I got to close some windows so I can get it where I need it and so I can see it. So 1 second. Too many windows open here. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to screen share. I think it'll come up as LD6, but I'll switch over to LD51. So here's LD51. I think you can all see that now. The analysis, I'm going to pull up the bill, the text of the bill. Is that big enough for everybody to see?
We didn't move over to your browser. We're still looking at the PowerPoint.
Okay. Well then.
So you might have to stop screen sharing and choose a different.
I'm going to do it another way then. Yeah, I'll do it right through the sorry about that.
That's okay.
worked before. So let's share that here. Everybody see that now?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. And hopefully
Yep,
that
there we go.
shows up big enough for everybody. Okay, so if we scroll through here to, I think it's page, the definition first, I guess, if you want to look at the definition of cybersecurity event.
Yes.
Does everybody see that? Is that wide enough to see?
It is. Can you scroll down just a little bit more? We were cut off there. Yeah,
How's
now
that?
we can see it.
Okay,
Great. That's
so
perfect.
cybersecurity event is highlighted now in blue, and that's the definition. So the definition of what a cybersecurity event is: an event resulting in unauthorized access to, disruption of, or misuse of any information system. That's the system that they have set up for their data or the information stored on an information system. It does not include unauthorized acquisition of encrypted information that is non-public information if the encryption process or key to that encryption is not also acquired, released, or used without authorization. So if they just get access to encrypted information but they can't unlock that, it's not considered a cybersecurity event. And then the last clause, it's cybersecurity event does not include an event with regard to which the licensee has determined that the non-public information accessed by an unauthorized person has they haven't used or released that information, and it has been returned or destroyed. So that's the scope of what the definition is. And then the notification language is on page 8, I believe. Here we go, sorry.
Starts on page 7. Yeah.
Right here. So there we go. Can you see notification? I'll scroll up to that. So I think this is the key of what we're talking about when we're talking about the materiality standard. As I think I'm understanding what the suggestion is. This is the requirements for when an insurance company needs to notify the superintendent of a cybersecurity event. So the requirements are both in paragraphs A and B. They are required to notify as promptly as possible, but in no event later than 3 business days from a determination that a cybersecurity event has occurred, if the Maine is the licensee's state of domicile, or the licensee reasonably believes that the non-public information involved concerns 250 or more consumers. So you'll see in paragraph B, there is a materiality standard here for when an insurance company is required to notify the Bureau with regard to if information has been accessed, non-public information involving 250 or more consumers. If the notification is required, if the cybersecurity event is either affects the licensee of which they're required to provide notice, or the cybersecurity event has a reasonable likelihood of material harming any consumer or any material part of the normal operation of the licensee. So that is already in the statute. And then I think where the additional suggestion from the insurance industry is adding in some sort of materiality standard to paragraph A, so that there'll be a requirement that with regard to cybersecurity events where there's a notice required if Maine is the licensee's state of domicile, I think the suggestion is that you would add some language to the end of paragraph A that will, with regard to, it having a reasonable likelihood of materially harming either a consumer or the normal part of their business operations. Representative Morris can correct me if I'm wrong about where they're thinking about that, but that's my understanding. And then, yes, just quickly, I'll just go to the next page and show you on that there is notice requirements in the bill, specifically with regard to reinsurers, to insurers, and just pointing out to you that if it is a cybersecurity event involving non-public information that's used by a licensee acting as an assuming reinsurer, then they have to notify the other insurer, but that the contractual relationship governs, and that the insurer has the responsibility to fulfill those consumer notification requirements related to that cybersecurity event. So I just wanted to point out to you that there is some language in this subsection 5 with regard to the responsibilities of reinsurers to insurers when there's been a cybersecurity event.
Great. That's really helpful, Colleen. So I think if you stop sharing your screen, yeah, so that I can see everybody. And then we have about 5 more minutes before we need to start our confirmation hearing. I hope that was helpful to folks. I'm happy to take additional comments or questions, consideration from the committee as we've got about 5 minutes. All right, I'll just say, I think for our domestic insurers, meaning insurers where Maine is their primary regulator, you know, I like that our regulator has a little bit more insight into those. And then there's already a materiality standard as to the larger national insurers that aren't domiciled here. So that's sort of half and half on the materiality standard seems like an excellent suggestion to me. So that's why I wanted to have Colleen walk us through that language. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I brought this up at the public hearing, which was a little bit ago. So, but I just want to confirm, and I think Colleen may be able to help with this, that in that section of the bill, which discusses what an event is, that we're talking about when there's actually been information that is compromised, is what is essentially that definition. To me, that's what that reads, that when information has actually been compromised and it's personal, non-public information, and it's not encrypted or pseudonymized, then those are the events that we're talking about. Is that correct?
I think it might be
Mr. Yardley or Colleen, go ahead.
I'll let Mr. Yardley talk about it.
There we go. So the definition of cybersecurity event is an event that results in potentially 3 circumstances. It's an event resulting in unauthorized access to, disruption of, or misuse of an information system or the information that's in it, but does not include the unauthorized acquisition of, as Ms. McCarthy-Reed pointed out, info that's non-public, but there's no acquisition of the key, and it doesn't include an event where the licensee determines that MPI, non-public info, has not been used or it has been returned or destroyed. So the definition presumes a access to the protected information, not simply an attempt to acquire the information. Does that answer your question, Senator Stewart?
Yep, thank you.
Yep.
All right, we've got about 2 minutes left. Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess just before we think about tabling the bill, I'd like to get some clarification from Representative Morris on where he would like additional materiality, if any, and just so we have that to think about as we table the bill and think about another work session.
No, I think as Colleen has explained it, and as we've looked at it now, I think we've been texting we feel that we're more comfortable with the bill as it stands, and don't feel that any more changes are warranted.
Okay. Great. With that in mind, Senator Stewart, Representative Morris, do we want to just make a motion and take a vote?
I was
I'm
just
seeing a
going
nod.
to
Okay,
do that.
great. Senator Stewart, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to clarify, do we need to make a motion to move as amended, or can we just pass it? Were there any amendments that we entertained on this? I can't recall. I don't believe so.
I don't believe
Colleen,
there are
we
any
see you
additional.
shaking your head.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't believe you talked about any additional ones. If you're comfortable with it as is.
That makes this
Is
part
it
of it easy then.
Is it as amended because of the fiscal note, or is it not?
We would not have to amend it as a result of the fiscal note. I would just remind you that it will have to go through that additional Judiciary Committee review because there are some confidentiality provisions. So it won't be, that will delay its sort of reporting out, but I don't believe we'll need a fiscal, an amendment to add a fiscal note.
I think fiscal notes
Okay.
make it automatically out to pass as amended.
Okay. Representative Blyer?
Yes, just out of curiosity, I thought there was a date change. Was there a date change on that bill?
The bill as drafted puts the chapter in effect January 1 of 2022. It was raised at the public hearing that you might consider moving that out additionally so that you would extend the implementation or the effective date to January 1 of 2023. But I don't believe any of the members, and I don't believe that's something that the Bureau of Insurance would support, have specifically suggested.
Okay. All right. With that in mind, Senator Stewart, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move opt to pass on LD 51.
I see a second from Representative Tepler. And Christian, why don't you go ahead and we'll wrap this up.
Motion is ought to pass on LD 51. Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Quint ought to pass. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connors ought to pass. Representative Blyer.
Yes.
Representative Blyer ought to pass. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris ought to pass. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson ought to pass. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans ought to pass. Representative Arford.
Yes.
Representative Arford ought to pass. Representative Melorano.
Yes.
Representative Melorano ought to pass. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks ought to pass. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart ought to pass. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner ought to pass. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler ought to pass. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn ought to pass.
Okay. We are just going to take about a 2-minute break in case anyone needs that. And please do put yourself on mute and stop your video if you do need a short break. And we will be back in 2 minutes to start our confirmation. We are going to get started again in just a moment. So if committee members are starting to come back and are ready for our confirmation hearing. All right, we've got a few more folks, so we're just going to wait for them to get back from our quick break. Okay. Just waiting for a couple more folks so that we've got a good critical mass here. All right, I think we have enough folks that we can get started. So this is our first confirmation hearing of the 130th legislature for the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We are gathered today for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable Lloyd P. LaFontaine III of Manchester for reappointment as Superintendent of Financial Institutions. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by a majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have the opportunity to question the governor or her representative, who I think is Commissioner Head today, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Okay. So, a copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available on the committee's webpage where public notices are posted. So I think with that, I will now recognize Commissioner Head. Go ahead, Commissioner Head.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Ann Head. I am the Commissioner of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. Governor Mills has asked me to take the introduction of this nominee on her behalf. So it is my pleasure to introduce to you this morning Governor Mills' nominee to serve as the Superintendent of the Bureau of Financial Institutions, Lloyd P. LaFontaine. The position of Superintendent of the Bureau of Financial Institutions is the state's chief regulator of state-chartered banks, savings and loan associations, and credit unions. This important leadership position is responsible for ensuring the safety and soundness of Maine's financial institutions. By law, the governor's nomination for this position is for a term of 5 years. Although appointed by the governor and reporting to the commissioner of the department, the superintendent has considerable regulatory autonomy and decision-making authority independent of the governor and the governor's term of office. Superintendent LaFontaine was first appointed to this position in 2005 by Governor Baldacci. He was subsequently reappointed to the position by Governor Baldacci again in 2010, and again by Governor LePage in 2015. Before his initial term as superintendent, Mr. LaFountain served as a state representative from the city of Biddeford for 2 years and as a state senator for 8 years, representing the city of Biddeford and the towns of Arundel, Kennebec, and Kennebunkport. During his 8 years in the Senate, he served as the Senate chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Insurance and Financial Services, the predecessor of this committee. The superintendent is responsible for overseeing a regulatory framework that maintains public confidence in a secure and competitive financial system. Under the superintendent's direction, the Bureau ensures the strength and stability of financial institutions, promotes reasonable and orderly competition, encourages the development and expansion of financial services, and protects consumers against unfair credit practices. In addition, the superintendent serves as an ex officio commissioner of the Maine Municipal Bond Bank and the Maine Health and Higher Education Facilities Authority. During his tenure as superintendent of BFI, Superintendent LaFountain has been involved in the development of many state policies that ensure that Maine's financial institutions compete on a fair and level playing field. He understands the importance of creating a regulatory environment that encourages the growth of financial institutions and attracts new institutions to the state. Vigorous financial markets are critical to Maine's continued economic growth in the future. Superintendent LaFountain graduated from Suffolk University School of Law in 1987 and earned a bachelor's degree from the College of the Holy Cross. Because of his extensive financial and legal expertise in banking regulatory matters, Superintendent LaFountain is consulted frequently by legislators, members of the governor's policy staff, and the public on a wide variety of financial issues. On a personal note, I have had the honor and pleasure of working collaboratively with Superintendent LaFountain over 15 years as an active member of my department's leadership team. I am pleased and honored to introduce to this committee Lloyd P. LaFountain III. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any members of the committee that have questions for the Commissioner? Okay. Seeing none, I now recognize the Honorable Lloyd P. LaFountain III for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Lloyd LaFountain, and I appear before you today as Governor Mills's nominee for reappointment to the position of Superintendent of the Bureau of Financial Institutions. First, I want to express my appreciation to Governor Mills for nominating me for reappointment to this position. Both the governor and her administration, including Commissioner Ann Head, have been supportive of the work of the Bureau in fulfilling its statutory mission. Second, I would like to thank this committee for its assistance over the years in resolving important issues facing Maine consumers and financial institutions. Historically, this committee and the Maine legislature have ensured that the Bureau has the appropriate resources and authority to perform its responsibilities. I also want to acknowledge the staff members in the Bureau of Financial Institutions for their hard work and commitment. I am fortunate to work every day with a dedicated staff that strives to promote the safety and soundness of the financial institutions regulated by the Bureau and to provide consumer protection for Maine residents. At the present time, the Bureau is responsible for the supervision and regulation of 42 entities, which include 18 state-chartered banks, 12 state-chartered credit unions, and 12 non-depository trust companies. Over the course of the last 5 years, Maine state-chartered assets under supervision of the Bureau have grown from $19.2 billion to $28.2 billion. At the Bureau, we are encouraged by the growth and by the performance of Maine institutions over the years. In order to ensure that the Bureau has the ability to appropriately supervise and regulate Maine financial institutions, I am committed to providing professional education and development opportunities for the Bureau's examination staff. Financial institution examination is highly specialized, and our examiners must continually enhance their skills and abilities. In addition to courses sponsored by the FDIC, NCUA, and the Federal Reserve System, the Bureau encourages staff members to attend seminars sponsored by the Conference of State Bank Supervisors, the National Association of State Credit Union Supervisors, the Maine Bankers Association, and the Maine Credit Union League. In addition to the statutory obligations of the superintendent as stated in the Maine Banking Code, which is Title 9B, both the superintendent and the staff of the Bureau must be cognizant of the many issues that arise in the financial sector. While the Bureau is attentive to numerous regulatory concerns throughout the year, there are always issues of heightened concern, and this year is no different. Two of the issues that merit a heightened concern include the impact of COVID-19 on Maine state chartered financial institutions, and the second would be cybersecurity. With the emergence of the novel coronavirus in 2020, the Bureau and other state governmental agencies shifted many functions to a virtual work environment. Examination of financial institutions continued as scheduled, but examiners and Bureau personnel conducted work remotely. In addition, consumer outreach functions continued with minimal interruptions, though in-person meetings were limited per directive from the administration regarding public access to state government offices. The Bureau also responded to several legal and policy-related challenges created by COVID-19. In letters to financial institution CEOs, the Bureau urged banks and credit unions to work with distressed customers impacted by the ensuing economic downturn. Further, the Bureau drafted memorandums for the regulated community explaining the application of emergency legislation, including the Federal CARES Act on Maine state chartered financial institutions operations. Policy areas covered by these Bureau communications included, but were not limited to, providing flexibility with respect to required annual in-person meetings and urging banks and credit unions to work with distressed borrowers while recognizing state and federal moratoriums on foreclosure. The Bureau regularly makes inquiries into the financial health of the institutions it regulates, surveying them as to the impact of and their response to pandemic-related closures. Further, guidance was provided to banks and credit unions on how to notify the Bureau and the public of branch and office closures, encouraging the remote delivery of banking products and services when possible. In addition, the Bureau leverages its membership with trade associations such as the Conference of State Bank Supervisors and the National Association of State Credit Union Supervisors, and participates in regular calls with other state regulatory agencies to better understand relief available to distressed consumers and businesses. Cyber and data security have become a priority issue for both the Bureau and the financial sector. Criminals are unrelenting in their efforts to find creative ways to obtain money and identities from both financial institutions and customers through fraud and cyber attacks. As consumers and businesses become more reliant on electronic devices such as computers, tablets, and mobile phones to conduct banking and shopping transactions, vulnerabilities increase. The Bureau, through its information technology examinations of financial institutions, seeks to ensure that these institutions have practices in place that adequately protect their systems and the non-public personal information they store from attack and theft. Consumer outreach continues to be an important focus of the Bureau. The Bureau provides assistance to consumers with financial questions, helps to resolve complaints against state-chartered financial institutions, and maintains a consumer library with web links to a variety of financial resources. During fiscal year 2020, the Bureau responded to 404 consumer complaints and inquiries. The Bureau intervened in some of these disputes and assisted consumers in communicating with the appropriate federal regulatory agencies when the disputes involved a national bank or federal credit union. As superintendent, it is necessary to reach out and maintain an active dialogue with the financial institutions regulated by the Bureau. I attend board of director meetings held when the Bureau presents examination results and findings to state chartered institutions. I have usually done that in person, but since March, we have been conducting those meetings remotely. In addition, both my staff and I regularly engage with the Maine Bankers Association and the Maine Credit Union League. I am honored to have a daily role in meeting the challenges faced by the Bureau and this constantly evolving industry. I appreciate that Governor Mills has continued faith in me to serve another term in this capacity, and I respectfully ask for your support for my reappointment. And I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. LaFountain. Are there any questions? All right. I don't see any, but I believe there were, let's see, let me go back to my script here. So seeing no questions. Oh, Representative Mulronio has her hand up. Representative Mulronio, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Superintendent LaFountain. I just wanted to go back to how you mentioned about branch closures and how that may have affected consumers' access to banking services in their neighborhoods, for example. And have you received like an uptick of complaints about that? And also, will any of these closures be permanent?
Thank you for your question. I'll go back as far as March 16th, which is the date that our office uses as the start of the COVID experience, because that's the day that I sent my entire staff home to work remotely. It was shortly after that we started to receive notifications from banks and credit unions that they wanted to that they were planning on closing their lobbies, but maintaining drive-through operations. In addition, they were offering special appointments only in advance. And this primarily was for individuals that may have had real estate closings that were scheduled to take place within a couple days. Throughout the course of the pandemic, we receive regular notice from financial institutions about their operations. At one point, many of these financial institutions went back to opening up their lobbies so that they were providing both lobby and drive-through service. But probably about 5 weeks ago, when Maine saw an uptick in COVID cases, they again began to close their lobbies and strictly conduct business through drive-through and through special appointment. We at the Bureau have not received any complaints from individuals about one of their branch operation being different than normal. I think that the banks and credit unions have done a great job at communicating with the public as far as their manner of operation at each branch. Now, we have had several branches close for brief periods of time, closing both lobby and drive-through because of exposure by staff to the COVID virus. Usually these branches open about 3 days after they go through a deep cleaning experience. But none have closed permanently because of COVID exposure. As far as branch closures, we are hearing around the country that a number of national banks and state chartered banks have closed branches and probably are closing them for good. That's not our experience in Maine. The only branch closures that we have seen have been as a result of a merger in which a state chartered bank acquired another state chartered bank, and as a result of a Department of Justice review, The bank had to give up one of its branch, and that branch was located in Belfast. But otherwise, we're not seeing any branches permanently closed at this point in time, nor do I have any knowledge that any institution is actually planning on closing permanently their branches.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other questions for members of the committee? Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is more just a gee whiz for my own information, but has there been any, I wouldn't say unfair advantage, but have you seen the banks that reside in places like Walmart that have way more people than the normal drive-up banks? Have you seen an uptick in their services, or just can you speak to that just a little bit?
I wouldn't be able to dig down that deep to see how a branch located in a public-facing commercial establishment that is not the bank or credit union itself has been performing. I don't have that information. I'm sorry.
No, no worries at all. Like I said, it was just a gee whiz for my own information. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Connor. Okay, if there are no further questions for members of the committee, the chair will now take comments from persons attending the hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but doesn't wish to speak should have submitted that written statement with the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. And an electronic copy would be provided to the committee for our consideration. If you do wish to speak today, looks like we have two folks who are going to speak today, and that our clerk has already pulled them into the panel. So with that, I will just then ask Mr. Pinkham to go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler. My name is Chris Pinkham. I'm a resident of Freeport and speaking to you as president of the Maine Bankers Association. We represent the 29 retail banks here in the state of Maine, 18 of which have a state charter and 11 with a federal charter. Our 9,000 bank employees have in fact been struggling, to answer the earlier questions a bit, with the COVID, but I think we've made progress and I think we've been able to serve our customers well. I have submitted written comments along with a chart of all of the main financial institutions in our association for your review. And I won't repeat anything that I've said in there other than I'd like to make just 2 or 3 quick comments about Lloyd. First of all, we're delighted to have the governor reappoint Lloyd to this position. I have known Lloyd since his days in the House and the Senate, and certainly through his tenure as superintendent. There is a built-in tension necessary for a regulator to have with the industry. And I think Lloyd has done a remarkable job of balancing being a good communicator, checking in, talking about the industry with us and all of the CEOs, and at the same time, taking his role very seriously of protecting the consumer and clients of banks for their responsibilities as well. I would point out that in addition to the points that Lloyd made about his staff and his team and the examination, you know, the banking industry is highly regulated, and the complexity of those exams and the technology and the exam of that technology is really something that I think we see, but those on the inside, and particularly on Lloyd's staff, understand very well. We constantly hear positive comments about the professionalism of his staff and team and the work that they do. The bottom line for you as legislators is that the industry has been very strong, and I think consumers in the state of Maine have been well served. The one thing I did want to note is that in Lloyd's responsibility, he also has to look out for the corporate structure of the institution. Of the 18 banks that he supervises, 3 of them are stock banks with stockholders, 15 are mutual with a mutual corporator base for their governance. Lloyd's involvement with them, as he mentioned, his participation in their board structure, is another way for him to check in and make sure things are running in a way that's consistent with the statutory structure and the regulations they've implemented.
In addition to that, he has to coordinate with the FDIC because all banks are insured by the FDIC, and their exams in many of the same areas are coordinated with the Bureau staff. So without being too glorious about Lloyd's role, he has served the state extremely well. He knows the industry, and he's been a very good caretaker of making sure that his responsibilities don't cross the line of being too close to the industry and at the same time being a regulator that understands the industry. We thank him for his strong role. We certainly appreciate, as I mentioned, the governor reappointing him. And I think that we strongly support, and not only think, I know, we strongly support Lloyd's reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pinkham. Next, are there any questions for Mr. Pinkham while we have him? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason, go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and distinguished members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Service Committee. My name is Todd Mason, and I am a resident of Portland, and I also serve as the president and CEO of the Maine Credit Union League. We proudly represent all of Maine's 53 credit unions and serve over 725,000 members across the state. I am submitting this testimony in support of the Honorable Lloyd LaFountain to continue to serve in the position of Superintendent of the Bureau of Financial Institutions. The League has continually supported the Superintendent LaFountain's nomination to this important position in the past and strongly does so now because of his high level of integrity, experience, and understanding of the issues impacting the financial services industry. Just like Chris said, Mainers have been well served by the appointment of Lloyd, and financial services. Our financial services sector is stronger because of his efforts. The added pressures of COVID-19 highlight the importance of Lloyd's leadership strengths and experience. Throughout, he and his team have given state-chartered financial institutions the direction they needed at this critical time. Furthermore, Lloyd has been readily available throughout to our credit unions in numerous ways to provide guidance, and importantly, just as Chris said, to learn and engage with our financial institutions about their efforts working through this crisis, including support of their members with their financial challenges and hardship. As another example of Lloyd's leadership and forward thinking, he has taken proactive steps to address emerging issues such as cannabis banking. Prior to COVID-19, he and I traveled to Washington State, which is further along in cannabis banking, to meet with state officials, credit unions, and others involved in it. The threats of increased crime and fraud associated with this industry will not go away until cannabis is legally banked. Superintendent LaFountain understands this, and when the federal government addresses this issue, I am confident the Bureau, under his leadership, will be ready to assist credit unions with this and other important matters. In closing, the League would like to thank Governor Mills for reappointing Superintendent LaFountain to this important position. We are confident in Lloyd's ability to lead the Bureau during these challenging times, and we thank him for his willingness to serve our state. The League strongly encourages this committee to send a positive endorsement of his nomination to the Senate for their consideration and review. Thank you for the time in front of this committee, and thank you to Lloyd for all of his efforts.
Okay, are there any questions for Mr. Mason? All right, seeing none, is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? I'm looking at the panelist list, or sorry, the attendee list. I'm not seeing any raised hands. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against the nomination? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone else who wishes to speak about this nomination? All right, so all public comments having been taken, we are now going to proceed. I think I need to have a motion made. So pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Tepler for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee recommend the nomination of Lloyd LaFontaine to the position of supervisor of the
superintendent.
Sorry, superintendent.
Great.
I'm afraid I'll get the bureau's name incorrectly, so I'll just say the position of superintendent that he currently holds.
Perfect. I saw Representative Blyer's hand go up, so we'll count that as a second. All right. The public hearing is now closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, I will inquire as to whether any member present objects to proceeding immediately to the vote. All right, seeing no raised hands or objections, the pending question before the committee is whether to recommend to the Senate of the 130th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable Lloyd P. LaFountain III for reappointment as Superintendent of Financial Institutions be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 130th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? All right. The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative Quint.
Yes.
Representative Quint, yes. Representative Connor.
Yes.
Representative Connor, yes. Representative Blyer.
Yes.
Representative Blyer, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Representative Morris, yes. Representative Matheson.
Yes.
Representative Matheson, yes. Representative Evans.
Yes.
Representative Evans.
Yes.
Yes. Representative Arford.
Yes.
Representative Arford, yes. Representative Melorano.
Yes.
Representative Melorano, yes. Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Representative Brooks, yes. Senator Stewart.
Yes.
Senator Stewart, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. Representative Tepler.
Yes.
Representative Tepler, yes. Senator Sanborn.
Yes.
Senator Sanborn, yes.
All right, so the vote of the Joint Standing Committee of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services having been unanimous that the nomination of the Honorable Lloyd P. LaFountain of Manchester for reappointment as Superintendent of Financial Services should be confirmed and will be transmitted to the Senate. With that, I think we have concluded our efforts. Congratulations, Mr. LaFountain.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you
appreciate
for
your
your
support.
service.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Great. We are having good success this morning. And so with that, we will reconvene at 1:30 for our afternoon's business, which includes a presentation on the state employee health plan, as well as voting on our committee rules and doing some language review, I think, on the first bill that we voted for last week on LD5. We'll also be looking at language review on the letter with regard to our straw vote on the supplemental budget. So those are the pieces in front of us for this afternoon's work. And so we'll see you right back here at 1:30. Just a reminder that if you are not going to leave the Zoom, you really need to put yourself on stop video and mute or you can just leave and rejoin us when we reconvene at 1:30. I will see you all then.
We're just going to wait a few minutes for a few more committee members to join us before we start again this afternoon. Well, I think we'll get going, although we do have a quorum, although I guess it doesn't matter since this is a continuation of this morning's meeting. But good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. This afternoon on our agenda, we have an overview of the State Employee Health Plan, discussion about our committee rules, and a review of some language that we adopted on LD5, and a draft memo to the Judiciary Committee to review that bill. So we'd like to start with asking our analyst, Colleen McCarthy-Reed, to get us started on the State Employee Health Plan.
Sure, thank you. I think we'll have Christian promote our speakers as panelists, but you're going to hear this afternoon an overview of the State Employee Health Plan and an update as a briefing presentation to the committee. For members who served on the committee in the 129th, you went through a similar presentation at the beginning of the session. And my understanding is that Ms. Poulin Gutierrez is going to give the overview, and I'll share the slides, but Anya Trundy and Heather Perot, who are also here, and would like an opportunity to introduce themselves, and will be available for your questions before or after the presentation, however you decide you want to go through it. So I think it looks like they're all here. And I'll send it back over to Representative Tepler. And I emailed out the slides to the committee members. And as we go through the presentation, I'll share my screen, share the slides, and move through them as directed.
Welcome to Ms. Poulin Gutierrez, Ms. Perot, and Ms. Trundy. And I believe that now Ms. Poulin Gutierrez, you will present an overview to the committee, and our analyst, Ms. McCarthy-Reed, will share the slides that you wanted to share with the committee.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is Shauna Poulin Gutierrez, and I am the Executive Director of the Office of Employee Health and Wellness within the Bureau of Human Resources in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide a high-level overview of the State of Maine Health Plan. First slide, please. Right. I don't know if you're Oh, very good. Great. We can move into slide 2, please.
Okay. Let me know if I need to enlarge, please.
Ms. Pullen Gutierrez, would you like to take questions as we go along, or would you prefer if the committee has questions if they wait till the end of the overview?
I'm happy to take questions during the presentation. It may be a question that I'll need to bring back the answer, and I will try to be mindful of time. There's quite a bit of information in these slides, so I may just keep it short and move through the slides pretty quickly.
Great. So committee members, please use the raise hand function so I can recognize you, since we're in screen sharing mode and I can't see everyone's face.
Okay, very good. So the Office of Employee Health and Wellness provides oversight to several programs. Of these is the Anthem Medical Plan, the Aetna Medicare Advantage Plan. We have the Delta Dental Plan, the Vision Plan that's offered through Anthem. We provide COBRA services. We have a comprehensive evidence-based program for wellness, and that is WellStar Me. And that program also helps provide oversight to the health premium credit. We have a deferred compensation plan. We have a living resources program, and this not only is a traditional employee assistance program, but it is also an opportunity for state of Maine employees, retirees, and members of their household to seek work-life solutions. And an example of that may be an individual is looking for childcare. They can contact Living Resources and get a listing of providers and prices within their area, and that report would go to the employee or household member or retiree within just a couple days. We also have flex spending accounts, both for health and dental. We provide administrative support to the firefighter law enforcement retiree program, both to their advisory board, but also provide administrative support through working with the municipalities and funneling funds into the trust for that health insurance retiree program. We also have the 2 teacher programs where we provide support in processing payments for premiums. Next slide, please. So many of you may be familiar with the State Employee Health Commission. This is a board of 12 management and 12 labor members that provide guidance on plan design and fiduciary oversight. And I will add that not only is it a state of Maine labor representation, but it's also ancillary members that could be community college, Maine Turnpike Authority that represent both labor and management. And the Office of Employee Health and Wellness provides analytic and strategic recommendations in addition to plan administration for the Health Commission. And we are guided by several statutory language examples on this slide. Next slide, please. Great. So as I mentioned, the State of Maine Health Plan, Dental Plan, is not just for State of Maine employees. We have what we've referred to as several ancillary members. Some of note I had mentioned in the previous slide, but also pointing out, Maine community colleges, Maine Turnpike Authority. The 2 newest members of our ancillary groups worth noting that came on board within the last couple of years is Lee Academy and also Child Development Service Centers under CDS, often referred to as CDS. And I will say that we have one communication coordinator within our office, and she does a great job communicating potential changes, both through statewide emails, but also through correspondence to all of our ancillary members to ensure that they have information of potential changes or open enrollment, for example, for the health plans. Next slide, please. So as you may be familiar, our medical plan through Anthem is self-insured with over 27,000 covered lives. We also have the Medicare Advantage plan, and both state of Maine employees and ancillary members are eligible for both programs. And you'll, excuse me, you'll hear me say that a lot today because I think sometimes when we think about how we communicate or potential design changes, we're thinking of not just individuals that work for the state of Maine, but a larger audience that makes up the 27,000 individuals. Our dental plan through Delta Dental is newly self-insured. We were fully insured until July of this year. And our vision plan is fully insured and offered through Anthem. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of 2019 through 2020 policy year spend. So you'll see our pharmacy spend net of rebates, and this is through Express Scripts, is around 40 million. Our total net pharmacy and medical claims comes in at close to 195 million for this policy year. Our stop loss insurance offered through Sun Life is just over 3 million. Our total net vision claims comes in at around 477,000. And our Medicare Advantage through Aetna is at about 26 million. Next slide, please. And so this slide I like to show because I think it gives an interesting snapshot of looking at a set time. This is Q3, and we look at 2019 compared to 2020. So you can see on this slide, our total plan cost per member per month in Q3 in 2019 was $122.71. And a look at the same quarter the following year had our per member per month at $137.32. So we did see an increase. You'll also note on this slide, we also saw an increase from about $56 to $63 for non-specialty per member per month spend. One success point I would say on this slide is our generic fill rate. And I believe that's slightly higher than book of business. And we've remained pretty stable at about 83%. Our home delivery utilization is a little lower than book of business. We saw about 4.8% in 2019. We saw a slight increase in 2020. We can likely correlate that to around that time frame more members were seeking home delivery, home shopping because of the pandemic. That could be a consideration of why we saw a slight increase there. Also very notable that 18 of our top 25 prescribed medications within the state of Maine pharmacy plan are specialty. Also very notable is the top 25 specialty drugs equal 42% of our total plan costs. So 42% of our total plan costs are the top 25 specialty drugs. Next slide, please. So this gives you just a snapshot of the demographics within our Anthem plan. We're seeing females at about 52% and males at about 48%. And this has stayed fairly constant over the last few years. Our average member age, and this is health plan member, is 39. Our average employee is age 50. And I will note that around 2014, 2015, when I started looking at this data more closely, as it related to wellness efforts, our average age was in the 40s, the high 40s. So we are seeing this number slightly creep up. We are seeing the employee consume around 66% of the total plan cost. Our employee per member per month comes out at about $568.40. And you'll note that the spouse per member per month cost is higher than the employee at $624.12. This is not uncommon for a book of business, so we're not surprised by this, but it is something that warrants a look at. And we are seeing the child per member per month at $211.26. Next slide, please. All right, this slide here shows just an example of comparison between our Aetna Medicare Advantage and the Anthem plan. And so you'll note that first off, the deductible is different, with the Aetna Medicare Advantage having a $300 deductible, and the Anthem plan has a $600 deductible. Also notable in difference is the PCP office visit. So an Aetna Medicare Advantage member would have, after deductible, a $5 copay, and an Anthem plan member has no deductible applies, but they have a $20 copay. You'll also see a difference in the specialty copay. So for the Aetna Medicare Advantage, it's deductible applies, and then it's a $25 copay. On the Anthem plan, again, no deductible applies, but it's a $40 copay. Next slide, please. And you'll see this pharmacy comparison, this Express Scripts with Aetna Medicare Advantage, that those do line up pretty consistently with generic, preferred brand, non-preferred brand. The difference here is this in the specialty, where the Aetna Medicare Advantage has a $45 copay, and through Express Scripts, it's 25% of coinsurance up to $150. Next slide, please. This right here just gives a snapshot of the current premium rate. So obviously notable difference on the Anthem plan. Single is over $900. With the Aetna Medicare Advantage plan, it's close to $300. And you'll see on the Employee Health and website a full breakdown based on the salary tiers and what an individual would pay in for premiums and if they achieve the 5% health credit. And so also notable that an employee in the $30,000 and under salary bracket that achieves the health premium credit would not pay anything for their health insurance. Next slide, please. And just a snapshot here again of all the contracts that our office holds and the timeframes. So the current Anthem contract runs through 6/30/21, and it has extensions through 6/30/23. Now this contract runs on a fiscal year calendar aligned with the state of Maine's fiscal year. Our prescription benefit management through Express Scripts, that contract runs through 6/30/21. Again, this one also runs on a fiscal year. And I will note that an RFP was released in 2020 for these services and is currently under review, but we anticipate that an award notification would go out this month. Our Medicare Advantage plan, the current contract runs through 12/31/21, and I'll just note that this runs on a calendar year, so it doesn't align with the administrative offerings of the Anthem health plan. And you'll see that our stop loss insurance runs that can be extended through the 2023, and the Delta Dental plan also can have extensions up to 6/30/22. Next slide, please. And so I think it's important to point out that the Office of Employee Health and Wellness has been on a journey for appropriate costs and quality. And while we may be a rural state, we may be within one of the top states for an aging population, we're not afraid to be leaders and to be in the front of the journey in what we try to contain costs for healthcare. And so, you know, it has always been important for us to look at how the state employee health plan runs, but how we can also leverage our purchasing power on the main healthcare market. And if you could just go to the next slide, I'll just highlight really briefly like some of the historical things that we've tried. We have tried a lot of strategies. We looked at tiering in provider practices, and that was a preferred provider network would have no cost, no copay rather, for our members. And this was based on quality and cost and how the provider got into the network. But we relied on reporting, and at the time, which is now the main purchaser alliance, to keep some of that data. That process and system was no longer in place. And when we changed to Anthem, they did not have quality metrics for us to do provider tiering. We also tried accountable care contracts with health systems, and we found that that was not a way to provide cost savings to the health plan. We've looked at a wide variety of cost analysis, the huge variance that we know are across health systems. We know on the website, you know, Compare Maine, that a member can go to a health system for a lab, say for a vitamin D test, and could have in one you know, health system around a $20 payment. They go to potentially a more rural hospital and they could be looking at $120 for the same cost. So we're looking at all of these factors, and we're looking at, you know, some of the best practices nationally, looking at some of the leaders. We know that Montana has done some really interesting things. We know that the state of New York has looked at some things with their consumers and how their members have been educated to obtain services. And so all of that saying that the data analytics continue to be really important to us, looking at providers, facilities, procedures, and how we can be leaders in the state of Maine and provide the best services at the best cost for our members. Next slide, please. And so some of the things that we know are important is educating our subscribers so that they can make informed decisions about their healthcare. We know that we can look at plan design, and we have most recently looking at ways that we can provide benefits that have no cost share for the member, with some of those being independent lab and imaging services. There's also something that we launched in January of this year, looking at infusion services for outpatient infusion therapies, and these would be non-oncology. We were this first in the state of Maine to go into contract with CAREM, and that is a center of excellence. And so members that engage in this service can have a joint replacement, some cardiac services, spine, bariatric surgery through CAREM, and it will be no out-of-pocket cost to the member, and there's plan savings for the state of Maine. We also know in looking at high quality, high value services that disease management is very important. And we have a program called Livongo, and this is a smart meter and telephonic diabetes counseling, because we know if we can have resources to allow our members to keep their diabetes under control, we will see cost savings. It's better for the member, it's great for the plan. We have a program that is evidence-based called Naturally Slim, and that is a weight loss program that works on lifestyle changes, and it is available virtually. We also our leaders in Maine in how we connect our members through health and wellness navigation. And that's a direct resource where members can ask questions and connect to both benefits and community resources. Next slide, please. So just kind of a recap of the information that I provided before, the Center of Excellence with CAREM. There are national locations. There's one main location right now. We understand that there is current contract negotiations going on right now for another location in Maine. Another piece that's notable is ensuring that our members know the most appropriate use for non-emergency care, and they know all the resources available to them. So we know a member could go see a provider and have a $20 copay. It's going to cost the health plan over $200. But if they could seek telehealth and have, if it was appropriate, have a connection with a provider, the copay for the member is going to be $0. It's going to cost the plan about $45. And then you're looking at expanding our opportunity for infusion therapies. Next slide, please. Other initiatives that we're looking at is a continued market review analysis. As I mentioned, we are currently in the RFP process, but when we put that RFP out, we have noted that there was a real focus on pass-through and more transparent options. And those kinds of options would allow us to look at formularies and look at more direct approaches for specialty medications. And again, I mentioned we had a shift to the self-insured dental plan. Next slide, please. A few other areas where we really want to focus some solutions. We like to think of solution-based out of our office. And one thing that we look at is culture and how our members may just go to the location that's most convenient for them. And how can we engage them in information so they could make informed decisions if they choose to go to a service that may be higher quality and better value. We know that our population is aging and we have increased health risks. So that's something to consider and ensure that we have the right programs in place. And again, I've mentioned, the administrative process and being a very nimble office and the manual processes that we are currently under right now and are working within, we change the health premium credit each year, and that's also a manual process, checks and balances in that system. And of course, other considerations with salary-based premium structure. Next slide, please. And so just to end, I want to say that our 2020-21 priorities continue to be strategic, evidence-based wellness initiatives, looking forward to a human resource management system with Workday to help us with administration, continued to strive for healthcare cost containment with plan design. And, finally, I think this is something that would be a priority every year, and that is continue to have robust employee support and education. And with that, I believe that's my last slide. I know that was a lot of information. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you all what we have going on in employee health and wellness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Poulin Gutierrez. Before I get into the committee's questions for you or the others, I think I'd like to ask Ms. Trundy and, I think I've lost the other, there she is, Ms. Perot, to introduce themselves in case some of the questions end up being referred to them. So please go ahead and introduce yourselves, Ms. Perot.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here to talk about the employee health and wellness efforts. I'm Heather Perot. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Finance for DAFS. I oversee the Bureau of Human Resources, which contains the Office of Employee Health and Wellness.
Thank you. And Ms. Trundy?
Good afternoon. Thank you again for having us. My name is Anya Trundy. I am the Director of Legislative Affairs for the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. So I wanted to take an opportunity to introduce myself and offer myself as a resource and a point of contact to all of you if you have questions or concerns that you want to bring to the attention of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. Your committee, I'm not in front of a lot, but I am here as a resource, so please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you all, and thank you for all that information, Ms. Pullen Gutierrez. And I think the committee has to digest it a bit, but I want to know if the committee has any questions. Yes, I see Representative Matheson. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much for all that information. Really appreciate all the work you do. I just had this may not be a question you can answer, but it just kind of prompted a question for me. You had indicated that the plan cost for a telehealth visit was less than 25% of a face-to-face. Can you explain to me why that differential? Being a practitioner, I'm just curious.
I'd be happy to get back to you with more information, but I can say that we use Live Health Online with Anthem, and that is a contracted service with Anthem, and how they bill us is much less than when a PCP visit comes through. But happy to dig a little deeper into that to get you more information.
So Ms. Matheson isn't following up, but I'm going to. Does that mean that we're talking about providers through that service rather than your personal provider?
That is correct. So with Live Health Online, we use those providers.
All right, thank you. And next up, Senator Sanborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a number of questions, but I'll just start with the first one is about the PBM implementation. Probably not a surprise to the folks on the call that was where I wanted to start. So as you guys know, we passed a bill in this committee in the first session of the 129th. So back in 2019, that required the state employee plan to comply with LD 1504 and with its transparency requirements, as well as its methods of compensating PBMs, so that they have to be compensated in a particular way and with a certain amount of transparency. And there's a number of other requirements in 1504 as well. So I'm a little puzzled by where we find ourselves, and I just wanted a chance to hear a little bit more about the timeline for the RFP, which I'm pretty sure was issued right around the time the pandemic hit. So I think it's possible that may have come into play. So I recognize that. But we are now most of the way through a plan year that is completely non-conforming with LD 1504. And I'm a little concerned to know whether we're going to have another contract non-conforming with Express Scripts, or whether maybe Express Scripts has agreed to conform to LD 1504. I would be surprised, but I would love to hear if that's the case as well. So that's sort of my array of questions.
Yeah, great questions. And I think to your point, the pandemic did factor into the review process and getting everything organized for the PBM RFP. We are very excited that we will be releasing the information very soon based on the review process. And I will say that the current contract with Express Scripts is through the end of June. Having said that, and because we are in an RFP process, I can't disclose a lot more detail at this point, but certainly have made note and an emphasis on the points that you have made.
And is there a timeline so that we're on track to have no need to renew, or so that whatever the outcome of the RFP process is will be complete prior to 6/30/21?
So if we continue to be on track with procurement to release the the notification letters within, I'm cautiously optimistic, within the next week. We certainly will have the right momentum for anything that needs to happen moving forward with the plan.
Okay. I have other questions, Madam Chair, but they're on other topics. So why don't you circle back to me?
Thank you. And I'd like to just follow up on your question because I'm a little confused about the answer. So Ms. Pullen Gutierrez, can you tell us whether or not the current RFP requires compliance with LD 1504?
I would have to get back to you on that, but I know that the office was the understanding that we did need to comply. And there was, obviously with the RFP process, we looked at how bidders would achieve what we had outlined for them if they implement the plan for the state of Maine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for that. And now I see Representative Evans has a question.
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Sanborn raised the questions exactly that I had. So we must have the same script. So we can move on.
Thank you very much, Representative Evans. And I guess we'll go back to Senator Sanborn for her next set of questions.
So I have another question that is about the independent lab and the independent imaging program. I have found through personal experience and the experience of other folks that I've spoken to that there is a real disconnect between certain providers who are supposed to be part of that program, are listed as part of that program, and Anthem, such that when they send the bills in, they're sent in under a PCP's individual biller ID as opposed to being sent in under the lab ID. And therefore, members are charged and are not processed, don't have their claims processed through the independent lab or the independent imaging. This is particularly an issue with the intermed practices in Portland. I do not know if it's an issue at other practices, but the larger issue that I want to pull up for you is that the response from Anthem was simply to delist intermed from the program rather than trying to solve the billing problem with their contract provider. I'm a little frustrated with that for state employees who do get their services through there. But it also, I think, pulls up a bit broader point, which is that the only way you would know about that program is if you're an insurance geek like me, or otherwise patrolling the employee plan website where there is a PDF that references that program. But I don't believe that it's sent out by mail. When you go to a non-participating lab or a non-participating imaging center, you don't get a call or an email or a text message from Anthem or from the state employee plan suggesting that you could use a lower cost provider, for example, so that, hey, next time you get your labs, you could pay nothing. So it seems a little bit like we have this program, but perhaps it's not being utilized, and even where it is being utilized, it's not being billed correctly. So have some deep concerns about the value of that for members, and would love to have your thoughts on that.
Great points again. I agree that our office shares some frustration when we learn that our members are utilizing a service and it doesn't process the way that we believe it should and how we have agreed to have that service be administered with Anthem. We continue to have ongoing conversations with Anthem on our members' behalf. And one thing that we probably share your frustration in is that we don't learn about these issues until they're brought to us by members. And once we learn of these issues, we pivot and it becomes a high priority. It's unfortunate that these issues occur and that the programs don't run smoothly as we envision them. And to speak for your other point about, sharing this information with our members, in one of my slides is I did point out that we really could emphasize more communication and getting information to our members so that they can engage and help. That becomes a challenge when we have a nimble staff and have one individual that is focusing on communication, but it is a huge priority. We want to ensure that our members know the right locations, the right access, and they can have informed decisions about their health and have cost savings. And Intermed continues to be on the list for whatever reason with Anthem of not being able to process correctly. And we are aware of that, and it's unfortunate that it continues to be a pending issue.
Okay. Just as a quick follow-up, with Anthem as our administrator, is there any opportunity to require them to do some of the cost sensitive marketing and outreach, right? So it would certainly be in the plan's best interest to make sure more members knew about the lower cost, whether it's a CAREM provider or an independent lab or imaging provider. I don't know if it's in Anthem's best interest to know that. Or to have members know that, but I would certainly like to see in the next round of contract negotiations with Anthem, more of an or with whomever is the next contract recipient, an emphasis on member communications as it relates to making cost savings programs actually work. Because I would argue that right now, most cost savings programs are like you hit them by accident, maybe, right? Because like the lab you were going to go to anyway happens to be a participating provider. And if that's the case, it's not actually saving any costs to the plan. So I guess I would just encourage the state plan to think proactively about how to make those cost saving programs that are really great and could be really useful actually do their job, which is a really tough thing to do. I'm not sure anybody's doing it well out there in the commercial insurance land, let alone the state employee plans. So it's not really a critique of this, but if that's the structure we're going to use, I feel like it needs to have a lot more momentum and emphasis and marketing behind it in order for people to be aware of it. Otherwise, we're just giving away copays for no particular reason to a handful of people who happened to stumble upon the right combination of the billing went through correctly, and that was where they were going to go anyway. Isn't that so?
I do agree. And I will say that over the last couple of years, we have made a conscious effort to structure some of our contracts as they become new to include a communication budget so that the vendor will provide communications or mailings, because we know if we were to do a mailing out of pocket and not planned, it's thousands and thousands of dollars.
And I would just like to add a little bit to Shauna's comments. It isn't really in Anthem's interests or uninterest to manage the costs of the plan, since they're just our administrator. And I don't know if everybody here understands the way that relationship works. Since we're a self-insured plan, all of the claims costs are directly billed to the plan. And Anthem just basically charges us a fee for administrating the plan. We do have a lot of communications that we send out to members. You're absolutely right, Senator Sanborn, that there's so much more we could do to try and drive awareness of these programs. And it's certainly, as Shauna indicated, it's on our radar as a top priority to continue working on that.
Thank you, Ms. Perot. And now I'm going to turn to Representative Arford for a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to also thank our presenters for being here with us today. I understand this is a very complicated endeavor to manage a health plan of this magnitude and to work with insurers. So one of the first things, the State Employee Health Commission, are those volunteers? Are those paid positions? What are those?
The the representation of 12 labor and 12 management varies in that some positions are written into statute that they'll sit on the board, and others are appointed by union representatives, and these are all sworn in positions, but no one is paid specifically for that role.
So obviously there's a lot of representation. I'm wondering if there's also any, in terms of engaging the membership, is there any like membership advisory group that operates in any way, in any mechanism for that, where members are, you have a group of members who are advising you directly on their experience of being members in this?
So the short answer would be there isn't a specific advisory group that's connected to the Health Commission. It is a public meeting. It's a public forum that anyone could go to and ask questions of the commission. There's also within the wellness program, WellStar Me, the opportunity for pilot programs to allow us to have those that are willing to test out projects for us and to provide feedback. That was one way. Just quickly, an example, we saw that we had a very specific high risk within cardiovascular in our health plan. And so we developed a pilot program for blood pressure cuffs, and a group of people tested those out for us through a loaner program. And through the evidence that we obtained through this focus group, if you will, pilot group, we were able to obtain enough data to then bring the recommendation forward to the Health Commission to say that there is a real need for members to have blood pressure cuffs and they would use them. And so through that effort, we did make blood pressure cuffs available on our health plan at no cost.
So thank you so much for those answers. And then I'm correct in understanding that this is a self-funded plan, correct? Yes. And did you say that you're considering moving to a fully funded in the future, or there was some transition that had happened in the past or was going to happen, or?
So that no on the health plan, we would continue to stay as we are. There hasn't been any talk of changing. We did just go from a fully insured plan to a self-insured plan for the Delta dental program.
And have you surveyed the membership at all to see what their experience is, an electronic survey, or to find out if they understand even that this is actually a self-funded plan and what we don't spend actually comes back directly to them, because whatever savings we make, we capture because it's a self-funded plan. Is there any survey that goes out to understand what's happening with the membership?
We have not done a specific survey that's that specific in nature. We do a health questionnaire through the WellStar Me platform, which asks some health-related questions, and the only thing that gets to the connection of most recently were questions about how people utilize services or if they were aware of specific services. And so we're working on the tally of those results, but I know early on we had some awareness that some people were not aware of certain services available to them within the plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have a question from sort of like 30,000 feet up, and you may not have an answer, and that's fine. I'm wondering if there has been, in the history of the time you have been paying attention to health insurance in Maine, a conversation about coupling the work of the state employees' health insurance with Maine Care in terms of the administration of the services, and perhaps something like the Turnpike Authority, like a healthcare authority that would oversee those two services. Just seems like from 30,000 feet up, there's a lot of duplicate efforts. So I'm just curious if that's ever been a conversation, or if you would see any value in a conversation that would create some coupling of those two.
That is a great 30,000 point question. We actually, within the Office of Employee Health and Wellness and DAFS, the Commissioner's Office, have had some exploratory conversations with Maine Care in terms of learning more about how they operate. And we are seeing that there's some operational similarities in terms of the services that are utilized, but there's also a very different approach in that with a self-insured state of Maine health plan that we have, we can do things to direct our members or offer them certain services that would seem that Maine Care has to focus more on provider-driven initiatives. So our focuses may not align in those type of strategies, but it is something that we are definitely exploring.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to pop in my question before I go back to Senator Sanborn. This year, for the first time ever in my 7th year in the legislature, I got a bill for Megara. And I was very, very confused by that bill because it was my understanding that the plan was responsible for those costs under Maine law. And also, I was very concerned that there were members who might pay that bill and whether you were going to be returning those funds or what was happening with that bill.
So there has been a lot of conversation around Megara and the responsibility, and there was a recent issue of invoices with Megara fees to those that are not considered state of Maine employees on the state of Maine health plan. So legislators and ancillary members like the Maine Turnpike Authority did receive invoices, and that is something that we looked at and fully vetted to ensure. We looked at it for over a year with consult from the Attorney General's office before we issued any invoices, but I'm certainly happy to have that as a takeaway to provide more detail on that topic.
Yes, I think we need more detail, and I think we may also need to review the law and the intent of this committee, because I believe in permitting the existence of Megara, we intended for that fee to be paid by the plan and not by the member. So that is a concern, and I hope you'll get back to me with more information about that. And I think that legislative intent and the Attorney General's interpretation are at odds there. So we may have to clarify that in law. Thank you. And Senator Sanborn, please go ahead.
My question was on the same topic, but I'll just say briefly, I think that the risk of sending out a separate invoice, particularly one, it only covered 6 months, which I thought was a little strange. So it's a $24 invoice that needs to be sent to a separate location. And so I think the question is whether the non-payment of that invoice would lead to the cancellation of anybody's health insurance policy. This is something that has been brought up in other contexts where there's split billing for health insurance, particularly for abortion-related services. If they can't be billed through the exchange, for example, we've had this conversation before, where someone could potentially lose their health insurance over a $1 bill. It's a similar issue. And it's also an issue, a political issue, right? If members are receiving this extra bill, members of a health plan are receiving this extra bill, the Megara may lose its support. People may not understand what reinsurance is or the critical importance of it. And so my understanding is that the plan administrator is the one who's responsible for paying the fee for a self-insured plan, and it should be baked into the premiums. It's easy to bake into a premium since we know that it's $4 per member per month. So I definitely encourage going back to the drawing board on that one. I think the other thing I guess I would like to say about that is that it didn't come with a letter or anything that said that this is a new policy. So I was very surprised by it because it wasn't explained what it was for or why someone would have to pay it. So definitely encourage a rethink on that one. And maybe I guess I could ask a question, which is there a plan to bill for the next 6 months? Is it going to be billed every 6 months? Is it going to be billed every year? It just struck me as very strange to have received a bill for only 6 months of it, or at all, but the 6 month piece was strange.
Again, I think this is a good takeaway for me to bring back some really clear detail, but I understand that there was a catch-up period for the first invoice and that there was a plan to go for a regular monthly to quarterly billing cycle. But again, I think that this question warrants much more detail than what I can provide today.
Okay, I would definitely caution against sending a bill. I mean, as legislators, we already receive bills for like $4 for a bunch of things. And it's quite hard and frustrating to pay for $4 at a time of eye insurance or whatever to all these different places. It's not an efficient process. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I would definitely appreciate a rethink on that.
Thank you. And Representative Morris, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo and add a little bipartisanship to this discussion, because certainly we've had people in our caucus asking about that bill as well. And I think to echo what Senator Sanborn said, is the importance of Megara and reinsurance in the marketplace, and the importance of that legislation, and also and just the concern that it could be something that could potentially have people lose support for that program. And I think it's important that going forward, I believe, as Senator Sanborn said, it should be something that is included, that is obviously assessed to a member, $4 per member per month, but should be assessed to the insurer to pay, and we just pay our premium, or the members pay their premium. I'm not sure if it went out to other state employees as well, but I just wanted to echo what has been said. Thank you.
Whoops, other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Okay, I think we'll thank Ms. Poulin Gutierrez, Ms. Perot, and Ms. Trundy for joining us this afternoon and sharing that information with us. And we'll also look forward to hearing from you in answering some of our concerns that you indicated you needed to do a little more work on. So thank you for that. And let's take a 5-minute break and come back, or maybe we'll make it just a 3-minute break and come back for the next portion of our meeting, discussion and adoption of our committee rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
I'll call members back. If you can hear me, please come back in to the meeting. Rejoin us. Stacy? Okay. We'll wait and see if we can get Rep Brooks, Rep Evans, Rep Blyer, and Rep Quint back in a minute. Well, I think we'll get started without them. Hopefully they'll join us in a minute or two. But Colleen, I think it's time to take a look at the rules. And if you'd go ahead and do what you need to do, maybe screen share with us, we'll review them.
Sure. I'm happy to review them. We did go over them at a previous meeting. I will screen share for you. Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler have suggested some changes to the model rule, which were discussed last time related to the rules around eating and drinking during our electronic meetings. So I can point you to where the proposed, I think, changes are for purposes of your discussion if you'd like. And then if you want to go back and go over any of the more specifics of the rule, you're welcome to. The process really is for the presiding officers to ask that the committees do take a formal vote to adopt the rules and make any recommendations to the presiding officers for any changes to the model rules. And if you do make those changes, you send those to the presiding officers for their consideration. And then you'll hear back about their recommendation, whether they accept the changes that the committee has suggested, or whether they have some additional suggestions, or whether they have any follow-up or don't approve of what the committee has suggested. But so I think I'll just go straight to the language of where I think the committee was proposing some changes. And just quickly, this is in subsection 6 of the rule related to smoking and eating restrictions. And there are some rules related to that. So members of the public are not permitted to consume food or beverages in committee rooms. And then there are some specific requirements around what committee members may do. And so based on what you talked about last time and some further suggestions from the chairs, what's in red are the proposed changes to address that, we're in a new environment and committees are going to be meeting not only through electronic meetings as well. So I've added some clarification that this is guidance not only for the consumption of food or beverages when someone is present in the committee room itself, but also during your electronic committee meetings. And it sets forth certain restrictions, if you will. So based on your discussion, the proposed change would be that committee members may consume beverages during an electronic meeting while the member's video is activated. So the prior rule was limited to the consumption of water only. And you talked about making that change to broaden that. And then in the next change would be a restriction on committee members from consuming food during an electronic meeting while the member's video is activated. So a prohibition on eating while your folks can see you during an electronic meeting. And then this further clarification that if committee members are present in the committee room at any time, whether it's for an electronic meeting or other purposes, it just reiterates the restriction that committee members may not consume food and beverages in the room. That's consistent with the requirements for members of the public. Clarifies that. So those are the proposed changes that I've been aware of. And if there are additional suggested changes, that you want to talk about and add to it, the same process, you know, in terms of making the changes would happen. I would, you know, add that additional language to the proposal that would then go to the presiding officers. And then to just show you the end, this is a document that would be eventually be adopted by the committee. And again, that's a reflection of sort of a straw vote of the committee. And then we would then send to the presiding officers for their review if there have been any proposed changes to the rule. And then the presiding officers have an opportunity to approve and agree to those changes.
Thank you, Colleen. Any questions or comments from the committee on the proposed changes to the committee rules? Okay, seeing none, I think that I need a motion on approving the committee rules as amended. Senator Sanborn.
I move that we approve the committee rules as amended.
Can I have a second from Representative Connor? Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we approve the committee rules as amended, as Colleen read them to us. I believe that we need a roll call vote on this. No roll call vote? Okay.
I think you could just do it by a show of hands, but I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, so all in favor, please raise your hands in the window. I am seeing unanimity.
Yes, unanimous of the members present. So.
Yep. So
I think there are 12 of you here, if I'm counting quickly.
So we shouldn't put up 2 hands. I'm just kidding.
Wow, there we go.
Yes, there are, Colleen, there are 12.
Senator Stewart is absent, but everybody else is present to vote. Great.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'll get that processed and up to the presiding officers. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Colleen. And next on our agenda, we have the language on LD5. Oh,
Madam Chair, I just wanted to let you know I'm going to drop off because I have another meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate knowing. We'll text you if we need you. Okay, so for our language on LD5, we're going to ask Colleen to go ahead and present that to us.
Sure. So I'm just going to share this. This was a bill that you had a vote on last week at work session. It was a unanimous committee vote. And as my practice is usually, as I try to bring, if there's been any amendment language that you voted on, I try to bring it back as quickly as possible so it's fresh in your mind to make sure that I captured your intent, and then I'll further begin assuming the language is acceptable, we'll move it through the process of getting it drafted properly through the revisor's office and the fiscal office and all that. So you will likely see it again before it's reported out of committee, but I like to sort of check in with the committee now and make sure that the language is as you voted it. So I'm going to share my screen again and pull up the proposed amendment to LD5. I think everybody can see it. If it's too big, let me know. I can reduce it a little bit, but I tried to, I want you to be able to see the language. So LD5 was an act concerning the reporting of healthcare information or records to the Emergency Medical Services Board. You'll recall that this was a bill that was considered in the last legislature, and it was reintroduced again for consideration by the 130th. The committee vote, as I mentioned, was unanimous, ought to pass as amended. And the vote was to change the bill in 2 ways. One, to add an emergency preamble and an emergency clause to the bill, so that if it's enacted by the legislature, the bill would take effect, or the law would take effect upon the governor's signature, rather than the general effective date of legislation without an emergency preamble and emergency clause, which is the laws do not take effect until 90 days after the adjournment of the first regular session. So this would allow the Emergency Medical Services Board to move forward more quickly particularly with regard to the requirements that they adopt rules to implement the provisions of LD5. So the first change that is highlighted here in yellow for you is really just to add an emergency preamble. I noted that it was the legislation was previously considered but not enacted in the 129th. It's been reintroduced here. In order to fully implement, the legislation requires the adoption of rules, and it's important for the board to be able to begin the rulemaking process as soon as possible. So that just lays out sort of the background for why an emergency preamble has been added. The second change was adding, for clarification purposes, language that would exclude the type of information that the board may request and collect with regard to an individual patient. So the language of the original bill allowed the board to request and collect healthcare information, including information that might identify or permit identification of a patient, except for information identifying a patient with regard to HIV or AIDS status or test results, or information that related to referral treatment or services for behavioral health or mental health disorder or substance use disorder. And as part of your work session, you asked that additional clarification be added that would exclude the collection of information related to abortion, miscarriage, domestic violence, or sexual assault, consistent with existing provisions in statute that protect the identity of patients with regard to that type of information. So that's the two changes in the proposed amendment to LD5. You'll see I'll just point out, in addition to the emergency clause, there's also a requirement that emergency preamble, I'm sorry, you also add an emergency clause, so that's added at the end as well. So if everybody on the committee is comfortable with this language as drafted, I'll just move it forward through the process. We don't need to take another vote on the bill. The committee has already taken the vote and approved, voted in favor of this amendment. I stop there and I can stop sharing as well.
So if there's anyone on the committee who has a concern about that the language does not reflect the decision we made, please stand up, I guess. I don't see any disagreement. So Colleen, I think we're good. Thank you for that. I think it captures exactly what the concerns were of the committee.
Great.
And I think the other thing we needed to work on was the draft memo to the Judiciary Committee.
Yep. Let's see. Let me see. I haven't opened this one yet, but I can. So bear with me.
Okay.
Let's see.
There we go.
There we go. So this is just, this follows the structure that we've used previously with regard to provisions of proposed legislation that protect the confidentiality of information that would otherwise be a public record. Generally, information that is in the hands of a public agency like the Emergency Medical Services Board is considered a public record for purposes of the Freedom of Access Act, unless the legislation specifically designates that information as confidential. And LD5 contains provisions that protect the health information of personally identifiable health information that would be collected by the Emergency Medical Services Board related to that would allow the identification of a particular individual. And so it would require the Emergency Medical Services Board, if they have that information, to keep that information confidential from otherwise being disclosed to the public. This is a provision that was included in the prior bill. The Judiciary Committee did have an opportunity to look at this proposed language and approved it, in the 129th legislature. And so we are asking this legislature's version of the Judiciary Committee to go through the same process and take a look at whether or not the proposed confidentiality exception should be included in the bill. The Judiciary Committee, because they have oversight over the Freedom of Access Act, this is sort of the rationale for why they are asked to or have the opportunity to have an additional review of proposed legislation that includes public records exceptions. And so they've developed a process where after the committee votes on the bill, the Committee of Jurisdiction sends the Judiciary Committee a letter outlining the committee's reasons for why they believe the proposed public records exception is appropriate. And then the Judiciary Committee schedules some time with the Policy Committee to review the proposed provision and make recommendations back to the committee about the public records exception. And so this is a draft, follows along the structure that we've used previously. We're asking the Judiciary Committee to take a look at the provision in LD5. I've noted that it's the same provision that was looked at in the 129th legislature. Identified for them which sections of the bill include the confidentiality exception. And then the rest of the memo really lays out the criteria in statute that the Judiciary Committee is asked to look at in evaluating a proposed public records exception. And really they're asked to sort of balance the interests in the public of having access to this information against the personal privacy interests that an individual might have in their individual information. And so you'll see in the memo, in the italicized language, is the language right in the statute. So two of the criteria that the Judiciary Committee are asked to consider is whether the record protected by the proposed exception needs to be collected and maintained, and what the value to the agency or official in maintaining or to the public in maintaining that record protected by the proposed exception. And so here I've just noted, based on your discussion and based on the rationale presented by the Emergency Medical Services Board, they've asked for this legislation in order to authorize them to have access to and information to records to assist them in monitoring and improving outcomes with regard to the delivery of emergency medical services. And so the bill was specifically introduced to allow them to have access to information from hospitals and physicians on how their patients, what the outcomes were for those patients that received emergency medical services. And it also notes that with this authorization, the board will have an opportunity to participate in some national programs that evaluate outcomes by emergency medical services personnel. It also asks the committee and the Judiciary Committee to look at whether federal law requires a record to be covered by a proposed exception. And here we note that the provisions in LD5 are entirely consistent with federal HIPAA laws, which protect as confidential, personally identifiable healthcare information. So the state law provision really is reflecting what's already required with regard to federal law in terms of personally identifiable healthcare information. And then it asks whether the exception protects an individual's privacy interest, and again, whether that interest outweighs the public interest. And the memo notes that the confidentiality is important to protect a patient's privacy, and that the language of the legislation does allow the authorization for information that would not identify or permit the identification of a patient or member. So information could be shared in the aggregate with regard to outcomes, just couldn't identify individual patients. And then there are some questions about if a business is involved with regard to the information. That doesn't apply here. It also asks a question about whether or not there's negotiations or any collective bargaining that might be going on. That's also not applicable. There's a question about whether the disclosure of the information to the public might jeopardize the safety of a member of the public. And again, the draft memo notes that it's important to protect a person's information, their personal healthcare information, and that does have an element of protecting their safety. And then the last question is whether or not the proposed exception is as narrowly tailored as possible. And again, this just notes that it protects individual information, but that information could be shared in the aggregate. So this memo, if it's appropriate to the committee, we'll move forward to the Judiciary Committee for their further consideration of the proposed exception. And if anybody has any comments or concerns or questions, I want you all to have an opportunity to take a look at the memo. I shared it with you electronically. So if there are additional questions or comments or suggestions about the language, I'm happy to answer them. I don't think the Judiciary Committee will be taking this up anytime in the immediate future. So there'll be an opportunity for some further thought and input. But I just wanted to, again, share it while it was fresh in my mind and while it was fresh in yours. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Colleen. And I see that Representative Evans has a comment. Go ahead, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleen, could you just go back to page 2E and F? I just wanted to take a look at that again.
Sure.
Although, Rep. Evans, you do have your own copy of this. It was sent to you.
There you go. E and F.
Yeah, understood, but I may not need to do that if I can see it now.
Yeah. So do you see it? I'll highlight it for you. So E is a provision that asks whether the public disclosure of the information would put a particular individual business at a competitive disadvantage, and whether the business interest outweighs the public interest in the disclosure of these records. And so here the protection is for information that identifies a particular individual patient. So the thought is that that did not apply.
Okay, thanks. That clarifies what I was concerned about. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Representative Evans. And I just want to add for everyone's knowledge that my understanding of the way the Judiciary Committee handled this last year is they had a particular member of the committee that was responsible for reviewing all of these requests and who would look this over and then make a recommendation to the broader Judiciary Committee for a vote. So the whole committee probably won't be reviewing it, just a particular individual. And I do not know who that individual is this year. Last year, I believe it was the person who's currently the chair. So we'll have to find that out also in case they have any questions for us.
They haven't figured out their process quite yet this year, but it's on their radar. So.
Thank you, Colleen. And did we both Christian? Okay, I see. So the final item on our agenda for today then is to review the letter to Appropriations and Financial Affairs regarding the supplemental budget, which we had a unanimous vote on. So do you want to screen share that with us as well?
Thank you. It is the last thing. I'm gonna make it a little smaller. I think you should be able to see this. This is, as Representative Tepler said, the Appropriations Committee has asked for the Policy Committee's input on the items in the supplemental budget by tomorrow is the deadline that they have asked. So based on the vote that you took last week in unanimous support of the initiatives that were included in the supplemental budget with regard to HCIFS, I put together this memo. Again, it sort of follows the sort of traditional structure that we have used in prior legislative sessions to make our recommendations to the Appropriations Committee. It highlights first the change in the Accident, Sickness, and Health Insurance Program, which is an initiative to reduce funding by freezing one vacant part-time accountant position. And again, it just reflects the committee voted 13 to 0 to include that proposed initiative. And then with regard to the changes to Dirigo Health and funding to the Maine Quality Forum, the committee also unanimously supported including those 4 initiatives. And just briefly, those 4 initiatives included funding to reduce funding to defer planned contracts related to validating data on hospital-acquired infections. They deferred some planned upgrades and maintenance of quality data on the Compare Maine website, managing some of their expenses for rent, and realigning what they had budgeted for out-of-state travel to reflect that they haven't been doing any out-of-state travel in light of the pandemic. And then this last paragraph, I just wanted to highlight, I think, was just trying to highlight the concern that I believe Representative Tepler raised about wanting to make sure that funding continues, particularly for the Maine Quality Forum with regard to their external validation of data related to hospital and healthcare acquired infections, so that it's a deferral of their efforts, but not an elimination, and that continued funding would be provided for those functions in the biennial budget. So that's the draft of this memo. This memo, because it's due tomorrow, you have a little less time to give me your thoughts on it, but hopefully it's straightforward and it's something that you'll all be comfortable with. And then last thing I would note too is that we just attached to for the Appropriations Committee a worksheet, and I'll try to share it with you quickly so you can see what it is. They ask for this worksheet that just notes the committee's vote with, next to each initiative. So you'll see they just ask the staff to handwrite in what the committee vote was on each initiative. So you'll see 13 to 0 in support of this initiative. And then with regard to the Dirigo Health, the 4 initiatives, you'll again see 13-0 reflecting the committee's vote for those 4 initiatives. So both the memo and this attached worksheet will be sent to the Appropriations Committee for their consideration before they start their work sessions on the supplemental budget.
Thank you so much, Colleen. Any questions from the committee or comments that you want to make regarding this particular piece of correspondence? Okay, seeing none, Colleen, do you just need us to sort of not comment on it?
Yeah, if everybody's good, like just a show of hands or a nod that this is good, then I'll
Could
move it on
everyone
to
raise their
appropriations.
hand just to show they approve? Okay, looks
Thank
like
you.
everybody approves who's here.
Thank you. And so Representative Tepler, with your permission and Senator Sanborn's, which I'll follow up, I'll initial the memo for you and send it off to the Appropriations Committee. So
Yes, thank you so much, Colleen.
great.
This is a time that requires creative solutions to
Yes.
signature requirements.
It does. It's a little strange, I have to tell you, going through these, electronically, but so far it seems to be working. I hope
Great.
it's working for everybody, all of you. So
Yes, me too. Any last questions or comments from the committee? No? Otherwise, yes, I'm sorry. Representative Bleier, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to reach out to Christians. I'm having problems getting my Zoom link, and so I'd like to call him after this meeting in order to see if I can correct that. So I just wanted to make that. Is that okay? You're going to still be around? Yeah, okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you're reaching out Representative Bleier, and you can get that straightened out. Yes, and I think Christian's available to anybody who's having those kinds of problems. He's kind of our magic electronic person. And we appreciate everything he and Colleen do. So we will see everyone. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one concern, or maybe you can help out on the text messages that we send back and forth as a group. I can't identify who's sending what and when. It's just a phone number. There's no name except one name.
I think, Representative Evans, you're referring to our caucus list there. And that's something we won't discuss right now, but I'm happy to talk to you about that.
I'm okay if you discuss it, Denise.
Oh, thanks, Josh. I mean, Representative Morris.
Yes, Representative Chair Tepler. My apologies too.
But you know, hey, all our votes have been unanimous so far, so good on us. Thank you all, and don't forget.
I'll wait until I hear from you.
All right, great.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I make a motion to adjourn for the day.
Thank you, Representative Connor. I appreciate your motion to adjourn. We don't even need a second on that. We don't need a vote on it. I just want to remind everyone that Tuesday we have